Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by Daniel Defoe, The Life and Adventures of Robinson Crusoe. Chapter 1: A Young Man's Sits Ambition. My name is Robinson Crusoe, born in the year 1632 in the city of York, England. My father, a German by birth, had settled in England after making his fortune in trade, eventually retiring into a quiet, comfortable life. My mother was English, and I was the third son in a family that enjoyed relative prosperity and peace. From an early age, my father impressed upon me the value of a modest life. He often spoke of the middle station, not rich, not poor, being the most desirable condition in the world. According to him, this station was least exposed to the miseries of the world, blessed with health, quiet, and contentment. He warned me solemnly against ambition and adventuring, for it was the downfall of many a promising young man. He would sit me down in the study, his eyes filled with both affection and gravity, saying, "Robinson, the sea is a cruel mistress. It promises freedom but rarely gives peace. Look at me. I've never left dry land and have lived to see all my sons grow." He begged me to study law, as he had planned, and remain at home where life was safe, stable, and sure. But my heart burned with longing for something different. Even as a child, I would watch ships come and go from the harbor, imagining the lands they visited and the treasures they brought. I would read books about distant kingdoms and wild lands, about shipwrecks and survival, explorers and pirates. The more I learned, the more I wanted to be among them, not reading their tales, but living them. My eldest brother had joined the army and died in battle, and the second was lost to me in foreign service. This left me the last hope of my aging parents. Still, I was deaf to their pleas. Their talk of security and honor in the law bored me. I wanted wind in my sails, danger on the horizon, and the thrill of the unknown. At the age of 19, after many arguments, tears and rebukes, I made a secret plan to leave. One September morning, I slipped away from my home and traveled to the port city of Hull, determined to find a ship that would take me away from England's tame, predictable shores. There, I met a friend whose father owned a ship bound for London. He agreed to take me along as a guest, and without a second thought, I boarded. I had no money, no clear plan, and little idea of what lay ahead, but I felt elated, as if the chains of convention had been broken. Yet no sooner had we set sail than the wind turned against us. A violent storm overtook our small vessel on its very first night at sea. The waves rose like mountains, crashing over the deck, while the sails tore under the weight of the wind. Panic filled the ship. My heart, too, was seized with terror as I realized how helpless we were in the face of nature's wrath. I cried out to God in desperation, vowing that if He delivered me from this danger, I would return home and obey my Father's will. For hours we battled the storm, and finally, exhausted, we reached calmer waters. The captain turned toward me with a look that pierced my soul and said, "Young man, if you value your life, you'll never set foot on a ship again." That was a warning, if I've ever seen one. Ashamed and shaken, I returned to land with every intention of keeping my vow, but within days the fear faded, replaced by the old yearning. I convinced myself that the storm had been a fluke, that all sailors experienced such things, and that adventure was worth the risk. When I wrote home, I received no reply. I later learned that my father, in sorrow and anger, had given up hope of ever seeing me again. And so my path was set, not by fate perhaps, but by stubbornness, pride, and the unchecked ambitions of youth. I would go on to travel across the seas, to taste both triumph and terror, to be tested in ways I could never imagine. But that morning in Hull, as the ship pulled away from the dock and the coastline faded into mist, I thought only of one thing. My adventure had begun. Chapter 2: The First Taste of the Sea. The sea, which had once stirred my imagination with dreams of glory and wonder, now revealed a darker side. The voyage from Hull to London, meant to be my introduction to a life of adventure, had nearly ended in disaster. Yet my youthful pride and hunger for excitement refused to let fear take root. I saw the storm not as a warning, but as a rite of passage. Once in London, I wandered the docks for days, searching for another ship, another opportunity. The Thames teemed with merchant vessels, privateers, and warships. I spoke to sailors, captains, and traders, always listening, always learning. Some told stories of golden riches in the West Indies, others of terrible losses in unknown waters. I drank in every tale, not yet understanding that most were told with more rum than reason. There I met a kindly captain of a ship bound for Guinea, along the coast of West Africa. He was an experienced seaman, and perhaps sensing my ignorance, he offered me passage in exchange for labor. "You've got the look of someone running from something," he said with a grin. "The sea will either cure that or kill it." I agreed without hesitation. This, I was sure, would be the beginning of my fortune. The ship was a merchant vessel, modest in size but well equipped, carrying goods to trade for gold dust and ivory. I quickly fell into the rhythm of the ship, though I was no sailor. I fetched water, hauled ropes, scrubbed the decks, and endured the shouts of the bosun. Sea life was hard, filthy, and often dangerous, but it was also alive with energy, with movement, with promise. We sailed south along the Atlantic, the coastlines growing more distant, the skies hotter, and the waters deeper. At night, I would lie on the deck and look up at the stars, feeling both insignificant and strangely free. The journey to Guinea proved profitable. I observed the captain and crew bartering with locals, exchanging English trinkets for raw gold and exotic goods. I began to understand how wealth was made on the high seas, not just through courage and grit, but through shrewdness, timing, and luck. On our return voyage, the captain took a liking to me. "You've got a good head for trade," he said. "Stay with me, and I'll make a merchant of you." It was the first time someone saw potential in me beyond being a disobedient son or foolish youth. For a moment I considered settling into this life under his guidance. But fate had other plans. Before we could complete our return, a sudden illness gripped the captain, fevered and delirious. He died within days, buried at sea with brief ceremony. The loss of our leader left the crew shaken, and the mood of the voyage soured. Without him, my sense of direction faltered again. I returned to London, now a young man with a little money in his pocket, a few scars on his hands, and no clearer path than before. My head was filled with half-learned lessons, my heart pulled between longing for adventure and the memory of my father's warning. I might have returned home then. I might have gone to my mother's door, fallen at my father's feet, and begged forgiveness. But my pride stood firm. I had left to prove myself. To come back now would be defeat. So I stayed in London and watched the ships once more, dreaming bigger. I had tasted the sea, and though it had given me hardship and heartache, it had also shown me a glimpse of the world beyond maps, a world I was not yet ready to give up. I began to plan my next journey, one that would change my life forever. Chapter 3: Captured by Pirates. My time in London passed in a restless haze. The taste of the sea still lingered in my blood, and I could not bear the thought of a quiet life on land. I knew I was not meant for merchants' ledgers or legal briefs. I was meant for wind, salt, and endless horizons. With a small sum of money earned from my last voyage, I secured passage on another vessel, this time again bound for the coast of Africa. I thought myself more worldly now, more prepared for the hazards of the sea, but in truth, I was still young, still reckless, and still blind to the perils that awaited me. The ship was a sturdy brigantine, her crew experienced and her cargo light. We left the Thames in good weather and made swift progress down the coast. The sun shone, the winds favored us, and for several weeks I reveled in the journey, helping where I could, watching the stars, and dreaming of fortunes in foreign lands. Then one morning, just as we were nearing the Canary Islands, a dark sail appeared on the horizon. It grew larger with alarming speed. Our captain's face paled. "A corsair," he muttered, reaching for his spyglass. We had no time to flee. Within hours, the ship was upon us, flying no flag until the last moment, then hoisting the dreaded crescent of the Barbary pirates. The battle was over before it began. We were no match for the swift and well-armed pirate galley. They boarded us with brutal efficiency, swords drawn and muskets leveled. Our crew was overwhelmed, and I was seized, my hands bound, my face pressed to the bloodied deck. The pirates were Moors, North African corsairs notorious along the coasts of Spain and Portugal. Their business was not plunder alone. It was people. We were taken not for ransom or revenge, but for slavery. I was herded with the others aboard the corsair ship and sailed north along the African coast. My freedom, so carelessly thrown away, was now gone entirely. We were brought to the port of Salé, a city in Morocco notorious for its slave markets. There, under the open sun, we were put on display like livestock. I was purchased by a local Moorish nobleman, a man of wealth and cruelty, who had a fondness for keeping European slaves as curiosities. Thus began a new and bitter chapter in my life. I became a servant in the household of this Moor, forced to tend to his garden, fetch water, clean his boats, and serve him at meals. Though not beaten like some others, I lived under constant threat, my name, my language, my dignity stripped from me. I was no longer Robinson Crusoe, freeborn Englishman. I was merely the Christian. I lived like this for 2 years. In that time, I learned the customs of the land, picked up fragments of Arabic, and studied my master's habits closely. I was patient, I waited, I watched. And then, one summer evening, an opportunity came. My master often went out to fish in a small boat, and he trusted me to accompany him. One day he planned a longer trip, and took only me and a young Moorish boy named Serene, who was also his servant. We sailed out along the coast, fishing as usual, but once out at sea, I made my move. As the master leaned over the side of the boat, I seized a knife and forced him into the water. Serene, eyes wide with fear, watched as I took control of the vessel. I did not kill the Moor. I am no murderer, but I made it clear he would not return aboard. I turned to Serene. "Will you be true to me, boy? Will you go where I go, and serve me faithfully?" He nodded without hesitation. Whether out of fear or loyalty, I did not yet know. And so, under cover of night, we turned the little boat south and fled the coast of Morocco, alone, without compass or chart, but with something I had lost long ago: hope. The ocean once again stretched before me, not as a road to fortune, but as a road to freedom. I had escaped slavery, but the world was still vast, and danger still hunted at our heels. My true journey was only just beginning. Chapter 4: Escape and Rescue. The little boat rocked gently beneath us as we sailed southward, hugging the Moroccan coastline. The wind was mild, and the stars above cast a cold but hopeful light upon the water. Every breath I took was sharper, sweeter, a breath of freedom. I had escaped the cruel grip of slavery, and now, for the first time in years, I was once again master of my own fate. Serene sat at the bow, watching me silently. Though he was but a boy, perhaps no more than 15, his eyes carried a weight far beyond his years. Like me, he had been a servant, a tool in another man's world. Now in this boat, we were equals, bound not by chains but by necessity. We had no map, no compass, and little food, only a few pieces of dry bread, a cask of water, and what fish we could catch along the way. Still, I resolved not to return to Europe by land. I had seen enough of that coast, and knew what awaited should we fall into Moorish hands again. For days we sailed south, avoiding populated ports and keeping a cautious distance from the shore. Occasionally, we would anchor in coves to rest and refill our water cask from streams, always wary of discovery. We lived by the sea's mercy and our own cunning. One morning, as we drifted close to shore to fish, we saw movement along the beach, savages, armed with spears, watching us. I reached for my musket, a weapon I had salvaged from my escape, but held my fire. Serene trembled, whispering, "Do not shoot unless we must. If they speak, I may understand." We waited. One of the natives stepped forward and held up a piece of raw meat, motioning to trade. I raised my musket as a warning, but signaled for Serene to approach slowly. The exchange was brief and tense. In return for a small knife and a broken belt buckle, they gave us water and a few dried goat skins, which we turned into crude clothing and bedding. Afterward, Serene looked at me with something like admiration. "They would have killed us, but they were afraid of your thunderstick," he said of the musket. It was clear to me then this boy was more than a mere servant. He was brave, loyal, and clever. I began to feel a deepening respect for him. We sailed on. Weeks passed. Then, one shimmering afternoon, as the sun blistered overhead and our water supply ran dangerously low, Serene shouted and pointed to the horizon. A sail. My heart leapt. At first, we thought it might be another corsair, and fear gripped me like iron. But as the vessel approached, I recognized its design. Not a Moorish galley, but a European ship. I quickly hoisted a makeshift white flag, my shirt tied to a fishing spear, and stood tall at the bow, waving with all my strength. The ship altered course. When it came near, I hailed the crew in English and was answered in Portuguese. A merchant vessel out of Lisbon, bound for Brazil, had come to our rescue. They lowered a boat and took us aboard. The captain, a kind and honest man, was astonished at our tale. He gave us food, clothing, and water, and offered me safe passage to Brazil. When I spoke of Jury, he looked at the boy and said, "He is brave. If you will part with him, I will treat him well and make him my own servant. He shall not be a slave." It was not an easy decision. I had come to trust Xiri, and I saw in him not just a helper, but a friend. Yet I knew the life that awaited him in Brazil might be kinder than what he would find at my side, following a man with no plan and no home. I agreed on the condition that Jiri would be freed after 10 years if he became a Christian. The captain agreed. And so, with a heavy heart, I embraced the boy who had helped save my life. "Go well, Xiri," I said. He smiled, perhaps not fully understanding, but nodded solemnly. I remained aboard the Portuguese vessel, watching the African coast shrink into the haze. The captain offered me a modest sum in exchange for my boat and goods, and I accepted. It was not a fortune, but enough to begin anew. When we landed in Brazil weeks later, I stepped onto foreign soil as a free man. Not the man who had left England. Not the man who had been a slave, but someone in between, scarred, hardened, but alive. I had escaped captivity, crossed the wild sea, and found shelter in the new world. Yet I knew deep in my soul, this was not the end of my journey, not by a long measure. It was only the beginning of a different kind of adventure. Chapter 5: A Fateful Voyage. Brazil was a land of heat, abundance, and wild opportunity. I arrived there with little more than the clothes on my back, a few coins in my purse, and the lingering memory of slavery still heavy on my soul. Yet fortune, which had until now been a fickle and often cruel companion, seemed to smile on me for a time. The Portuguese captain who rescued me introduced me to several planters, men of trade and influence, who had carved estates out of the jungle with blood and sweat. They spoke of sugar, tobacco, and cotton, of fortunes made not with gold or silver, but with land and labor. I listened closely, and for the first time, I did not dream of distant lands, but of growing something where I stood. Using the money earned from selling my rescued boat and the small reward I received from the captain, I purchased a modest parcel of land near the São Francisco River. With the help of local laborers, some free, many enslaved, I began to cultivate tobacco. It was slow, brutal work, but I applied myself with the diligence of one who had nothing to lose. To my surprise, I succeeded. Within 2 years, I had a respectable crop and a modest income. I lived frugally, investing nearly every coin I earned back into the land. I did not grow rich, but I was no longer poor. The rough boy from York, who had once fled his father's home for want of adventure, now found satisfaction in honest toil. And yet, the sea still called to me. I would often walk down to the coast after a long day of labor, watching the sun sink below the waves, listening to the tide whisper promises I had not forgotten. I felt as if I stood on the edge of something greater than planting and harvesting, something waiting just over the horizon. Then came the offer. Some of the local Portuguese merchants, seeing my diligence and my connections, approached me with a proposal: a voyage to the coast of Africa to acquire slaves directly, cutting out the European middlemen. They needed someone to help fund the expedition and serve as a partner aboard the ship. They promised rich returns, perhaps enough to establish a plantation 10 times the size of mine. It was a dark bargain. Though slavery was common in Brazil, I had once worn its shackles. I should have turned away, but the promise of wealth and the thrill of the sea clouded my judgment. I convinced myself it was just business. I invested nearly all I had in the voyage. We outfitted a ship, modest but seaworthy, with stores of rum, cloth, trinkets, and tools, all bartering goods for the African coast. I secured a place aboard, determined not only to profit, but to command my own fate. I told myself I would return in 6 weeks, my fortune made, my future secured. But fate, so long courted and defied, was not finished with me. 10 days out from the Brazilian coast, we met a storm, unlike any I had ever seen. The sky turned a sickly green, the sea roaring like a wounded beast. The waves rose higher than our masts, slamming down with the fury of 1,000 hammers. The wind howled like a curse, tearing our sails to ribbons. Our ship, stout though she was, groaned and cracked under the strain. Men shouted, prayed, cursed. Barrels rolled loose across the deck. The compass spun madly. There was no order, no plan, only survival. I clung to the rigging as the ship was driven off course. The captain was swept overboard. The hull struck something, coral perhaps, or rocks. I heard the terrible splintering of wood, and then I was falling into blackness. I awoke choking on seawater, my body bruised and torn, the sound of waves crashing all around me. The wreckage of the ship lay scattered across a reef. The crew, what remained of them, were gone, dead or drowned or vanished. By some miracle, I had washed ashore. I lay there, face pressed into the sand, coughing, shivering, alive. When I finally lifted my head, I saw it a stretch of empty coastline, palm trees swaying in the distance, birds circling high above. No houses, no ships, no people. Just me, the wreckage, and the realization dawning in my mind like thunder. I was alone. Utterly, completely alone. On a deserted island. Chapter 6. Alone on the island. When I came fully to my senses, I was lying face down in the wet sand, the surf still lapping at my legs. The storm had passed, and the sun now blazed mercilessly overhead. My clothes clung to me like soaked rags, my limbs heavy with exhaustion, my lips cracked with thirst. For a long while, I could not move. I simply lay there, breathing, letting the truth of my situation settle into my bones like cold iron. I had survived the shipwreck, but I was alone. No sail on the horizon, no footprints in the sand, no sign of my fellow crewmen, only the wide ocean behind me and the strange, untamed island before me. I staggered to my feet and looked around. The island stretched inland into a rise of wooded hills and jagged rocks. Birds called in the distance, and somewhere in the trees, monkeys shrieked, but there was no human sound, no welcome. I was cast away, a solitary man in an unknown world. The first fear that seized me was not loneliness, but death. I had no food, no fresh water, no weapon. I did not know whether the island held wild beasts or native tribes, friendly or hostile, or if the storm would return to finish what it had started. I clambered up a small rise and scanned the coastline. Far out to sea, I saw the broken hull of our ship, still lodged upon the reef, her masts splintered but her main structure intact. My heart leapt. If the ship held, there might yet be supplies. I would need them if I was to survive even a single night. With the tide receding, I stripped off my wet clothes and waded through the surf to the wreck. The way was treacherous, jagged coral below, strong currents around, but I reached her. Climbing aboard felt like entering the grave of my old life. The bodies of 2 crewmen floated in the hold. I averted my eyes. But I worked quickly. I found sealed barrels of biscuit, kegs of gunpowder, bottles of rum, some dried meats, and a chest of tools. I also salvaged clothes, canvas, nails, ropes, a small chest of coins, though I knew they were worthless now, and most importantly, several muskets and pistols in oilcloth, with powder and shot. With what strength I had left, I fashioned a crude raft from broken spars and barrels, lashed together with sailcloth. Balancing the supplies took all my care, too much weight, and the raft would capsize. I pushed it across the reef and paddled slowly, painfully, back to shore. It took most of the day, but by sunset, I had food, water, weapons, and tools, more wealth than most men had when settling the new world. And I had time, more time than I ever wanted. I spent the night in a thicket near the beach, hidden and afraid. I loaded the pistols and set them near me, trying to sleep under a canopy of stars. Every sound in the forest became a threat. I slept little, but I survived the night. The next morning, I began to work. I could not live on the beach. I needed shelter, something safe, dry, and defensible. I scouted the island for days, climbing ridges, crossing creeks, examining the trees and terrain. Eventually, I found a natural hollow in the side of a rocky hill, overlooking a grassy plain. It faced away from the prevailing wind and could be fortified easily. I built a tent from the sails and drove stakes around it in a semicircle. Inside, I stored my food and powder. I fashioned a crude table and stool and laid out my tools with care. Each evening I wrote in a journal with ink I'd found in the captain's chest, recording what I did, what I ate, what I feared. It gave my days structure and my soul some measure of sanity. With each trip back to the wreck, I brought more supplies, spare sails, ironwork, barrels of tar, a grindstone, and even the ship's dog and 2 cats, who had survived by hiding in the hold. They became my only companions. But the sea would not let me take everything. On the 12th day, as I prepared one final trip, a storm rose again and smashed the ship completely upon the rocks. What remained of her was swallowed by the ocean. I stood on the shore and watched, knowing that a door had closed behind me. There would be no more rescue from that wreck. Now it was me, only me, against this wild world. I did not yet know how long I would remain on that island. Not days, not weeks, but years. At first, I thought I had been cast into a prison. In time, I would come to see this island was not my prison. It was my trial, my test, my crucible, and perhaps one day, my salvation. Chapter 7. The Island Life Begins. Each day that passed on the island began not with comfort, but with discipline. Though I awoke with the sun, there was no clock to guide me, no calendar to keep time, only the rhythm of light and dark, hunger and thirst, labor and rest. It would have been easy to sink into despair or idleness, but I knew that if I let my mind wander too far into loneliness, I would not last long. Survival, I quickly realized, required more than shelter and food. It required purpose. So I made work my salvation. The first task was to secure my home. The canvas tent I had fashioned from sails kept the rain out, but it offered no defense from wild beasts, or worse, hostile men, should any arrive. My dwelling sat beside a steep rock face, which provided natural protection on one side. On the others, I built a high palisade from thick wooden stakes cut with my axe and sharpened into points. These I drove deep into the ground, linking them with ropes and weaving branches between them to form a wall. There was no door. Instead, I used a ladder. Each morning I would climb over and pull the ladder in behind me, leaving no entrance for man or beast. It was crude, but it gave me a sense of control, of ownership over something in a world that otherwise belonged to no one. Inside this small fortress, I organized my supplies with care: the barrels of biscuit and dried meat, the casks of water and rum, the powder and shot, the tools, all had their place. I inventoried everything in my journal and began to ration food with discipline. I was determined not to waste a single bite, knowing rescue, if it ever came, might be months or years away. Next came the matter of food. The ship's stores would not last forever. I had to learn to provide for myself. Fortunately, the island was fertile and full of life. I hunted wild goats with my musket, though I used powder sparingly. Each shot was valuable, and once my ammunition ran out, it would be gone forever. I practiced trapping goats instead, learning to build snares and pitfalls using vines and stakes. Eventually, I captured a few young ones alive and penned them in a makeshift enclosure. I fed them grass and leaves, and within weeks, they began to grow tame. They gave me milk, thin but drinkable, and in time, I hoped they would breed. I fished in the nearby creeks, at first with crude lines and hooks made from twisted wire and sharpened bone. Later, I crafted a canoe-like raft to explore further up the shore. The fish were plentiful, and I smoked the meat over a fire to preserve it. But the true miracle came not from the forest or sea, but from the earth. While rummaging through a bag of rescued supplies, I found several grains of barley and rice stuck to the bottom of a sack. At first, I thought little of them, but some days later, after disposing of waste near my camp, I noticed green shoots sprouting where I had thrown the husks. It struck me like lightning. These grains could grow. I carefully tended the sprouting plants, guarding them from birds and insects with obsessive care. It took many months, but in time I had a small crop of barley and rice. I planted more, expanding the patch into a garden of survival. With this I would someday bake bread, real bread. A symbol of civilization returned. The tools I had salvaged from the ship, the saw, the hatchet, the spade, became sacred to me. With them, I could shape the world. I built a table, a chair, shelves for my goods, and even a rudimentary fence for a vegetable patch. Slowly, my shelter ceased to be a hiding place and became a home. But no labor could erase the quiet. The silence was the worst of all. There were no voices, no footsteps, no news of the world beyond. I began talking aloud to myself, at first in frustration, then in habit. Robinson, I would say today, you still dig the trench deeper, or you stir getting lazy. Robinson, get up. I spoke to the dog, who followed me everywhere, and to the cats, who stalked about the camp as if they owned it. I even gave them names, though I cannot remember what they were now. Perhaps I just needed to hear names again. To mark time, I carved a notch into a wooden post each day. I began the count on the day I first washed ashore. Sundays I marked differently, and on those days I made a point to rest, to read from the Bible I had salvaged from the captain's chest, and to reflect. In the solitude, I began to think differently. I thought of my father, his warnings, his gentle voice urging me to stay home and live a quiet life. I thought of my mother's tears. I thought of the lives lost on that voyage, of Exery's loyalty, of the Moorish coast, of the greed that had brought me here, and slowly, the guilt began to give way to something else. Gratitude. Not joy, never joy, but something quieter, more enduring. I was alive. And for the first time, I realized that life itself, hard, painful, solitary as it was a gift. I was not a sailor, nor a planter, nor even a castaway. I was a man reborn from the wreck. And the island, indifferent though it seemed, was now my world. Chapter 8. Illness and Spiritual Awakening. I had survived the sea, the shipwreck, the first year of solitude, and the gnawing fear of starvation. By sheer effort and the grace of Providence, I had carved out a fragile existence on the island. Yet I had not considered how close I still lived to ruin, how quickly my body, like my ship before it, could be broken by nature. It began with a chill. I had been fishing in the early morning, the air damp and cool. When I returned to my hut, my head throbbed and my limbs ached. I thought it a simple fever brought on by fatigue, but by nightfall, I was shivering uncontrollably, burning one moment, freezing the next. My muscles cramped, and I could not keep down food or water. I lay in my bed of palm fronds and goat skins, too weak to move, too fevered to think clearly. The forest sounds outside blurred into distant echoes, bird calls, the whisper of wind in the leaves, the waves kissing the shore. Time unraveled. I lost track of the sun and moon. For 3 days I drifted in and out of delirium. I dreamt of my father standing over me with sorrowful eyes, saying nothing. I saw Jerry floating alone in a storm-tossed boat. I saw the shipwreck again and again, the mast breaking, the sky falling, the sea swallowing me whole. Then I saw a great book opened before me, its pages blank, until they began to fill, one word at a time, as if written by an invisible hand: repent. When I awoke, I was not cured, but something in me had shifted. I knew I was going to live. Not because of strength or luck or cleverness, but because I had been spared. Until then, I had thought of God only as a word in a book. I had read the Bible in idle moments, more out of habit than faith. But in the fire of illness, I had cried out, not to the sky, but to something greater. For the first time in years, I had prayed. Not bargained, not cursed. Prayed. When I could sit up again, I reached for the Bible. My fingers trembled as I turned the pages. I opened at random and read, "Call upon me in the day of trouble, I will deliver you, and you shall glorify me." Psalm 50:15. I wept. Those words, simple and ancient, pierced me like no storm ever could. I had always believed in fate, in chance, in the idea that a man made his own fortune. But here I was, alone on a forsaken island, healed not by medicine or might, but by something unseen. I had been broken down, emptied, and only then, finally filled with a new strength. From that day forward, I began to live differently. Each morning, I knelt beside my bed and gave thanks, not for rescue, not for riches, but simply for life. Each night, I read from the scriptures and recorded in my journal the lessons of the day, not just what I did, but how I felt, what I thought, what I questioned. I began to see the island not as a prison, but as a monastery, rugged, wild, unforgiving, but sacred in its own way. Every tree, every storm, every moment of silence was part of a greater sermon. I saw my time here, not as a punishment, but as a mercy. Perhaps God had not cast me away, but had removed me from sin, from temptation, from the noise of the world, so that I might hear him more clearly. The fever left me weak for many weeks, but I recovered slowly, building back my strength through gentle labor and fresh food. I found herbs growing in the forest that eased my stomach, and fresh fruits that gave me energy. I took better care of my body and of my soul. I began to carve verses of scripture into wood and stone around my shelter. I I created a Sabbath place beneath a great tree where I would sit and read and reflect. My goats multiplied. My grain crop flourished. I learned to bake rough bread on heated stones and fashioned a clay oven with great effort. The work grounded me. The routine steadied me. And still, I was alone. But I was no longer afraid of that aloneness, for in my solitude, I had found something I had never known even in the crowded cities of the world: peace. It was not constant. There were still nights of fear, still moments of longing and grief, but my soul was no longer rudderless. Where once I had chased the wind for fortune and wandered from the warnings of my Father and my God, now I stood still and let wisdom find me. Chapter 9: Mastering the Wilderness. The worst had passed. The sickness that nearly claimed my life had done more than weaken my body. It had shattered my pride, stripped me of illusions, and laid bare the raw, unyielding truth of my existence. But in the ashes of that trial, something new had taken root: purpose. Now, with clearer eyes and steadier hands, I began not merely to survive on the island, but to master it. I woke each day with the sunrise, and began my work with the discipline of a man who knew no one else would do it for him. There was no room for delay, no one to rely on, no one to impress. The forest would not pity me, the sea would not feed me. If I wanted to live well, if I dared to build a life, not just wait for rescue, I had to remake the island in my image. The tools of civilization. My first great work was to expand and fortify my dwelling. The original shelter had been hastily constructed, a tented lean-to under the shadow of the rock, surrounded by a spiked palisade. Now I replaced the tent with solid timbers, sawn and shaped with great effort. I dug deeper into the rock behind it, carving out a cool, dry cave that would store my powder, grain, and supplies. I laid a wooden floor, fitted a proper roof with tarred canvas, and built a chimney of stones held with clay. Smoke now rose from my home like a signal of triumph. I had turned a patch of wilderness into a proper house, and with it, a symbol of my dominion. Inside, I arranged shelves, hung tools, and organized my goods like a general marshalling his army. I even built a crude calendar by notching a wheel-shaped board, months, days, holy days, all marked so I would never again lose track of time or season. Taming the island. My garden, once a lucky accident, now became a field of careful planning. I fenced off a wide patch of land, tilled the soil with my homemade plow, and divided it into rows of barley and rice. With each harvest, I saved a portion for replanting, ensuring a future beyond today's meal. The goats multiplied as well. I had begun with only a few penned creatures, but now I kept a small herd, some for milk, some for meat, some for breeding. I constructed a thatched goat house and trained the kids to come at my call. Their bleating was a comfort in the silence. It was life, it was continuity. I dried their skins for clothing and soft bedding. I used their bones for tools. Nothing was wasted. Each animal lost was mourned and honored, for every living thing on the island was part of my fragile ecosystem. Fishing, too, became a science. I fashioned a net of palm fibers and animal sinew, and studied the tides and fish migrations. I even created fish traps from woven sticks and sharpened reeds. The sea, once my adversary, had become a pantry. Fire remained a daily challenge. Though I had rescued flint and steel, I saved their use by learning to create a bow drill from wood and cord. It took time, practice, and blisters, but I succeeded. To make fire from nothing but my own hands, that was power. The Potter Sips trial. One day I resolved to make pottery. It had been a constant frustration. No pots to store water or cook grain. But now I scouted the island for clay, and after days of digging near a muddy riverbank, I found it. With painstaking effort, I shaped crude bowls and jars by hand. I let them dry in the sun, but most cracked and crumbled. Undeterred, I studied the failures, tried again. I built a kiln by stacking stones and fueling it with dry wood. My first successful firing brought tears to my eyes. The vessels were rough, but they held water. From that day forward, I drank from cups of my own making. I stored grain in jars. I cooked in pots that I shaped with my own hands. There was a sacredness to it. I was not just surviving. I was creating. The island as teacher. There were no wasted days. Even my walks became explorations. I mapped the terrain in my journal: rivers, cliffs, fruit trees, salt flats, caves. I built a second shelter on the far side of the island, near a freshwater spring and a grove of wild limes. I called it my summer house and spent time there during dry seasons. Each place I touched became a part of me. I knew the sounds of the birds, the smell of the sea before a storm, the rustle of monkeys in the canopy, the buzz of insects before nightfall. I became as much a creature of this island as the goats or parrots. I tamed a parrot, in fact, bright green, curious and clever. I taught him to speak, and he would cry out "Poor Robin" when he saw me. It was a strange comfort, this mimicry of human voice in a world without humans. Reflections of a castaway king. I often stood atop the hill near my home and looked out at the vast, endless sea. I would scan the horizon for ships, sails, signs of rescue. But I no longer wept when I saw nothing. There was strength in that. Yes, I still longed for home, for human voice, for the warm touch of another's hand, but I was no longer desperate. I had become something I never imagined, content, perhaps even wise. The island had become my realm. The trees were my walls, the animals my subjects, the fire my hearth, the garden my altar. In the beginning, I had been a castaway. Now, I was sovereign. A man not ruled by fortune, nor broken by solitude, but tempered like iron in the forge of the wilderness. Chapter 10. Signs of the Unexpected. For years, by my reckoning, perhaps 5 or 6, the island had become my world, my kingdom, my solitary Eden. Though I remained its only man, I no longer felt imprisoned. Each day brought labor, but also a quiet pride. The gardens yielded harvests, the goats grazed in peace, and the seasons turned in harmony with my routine. I believed I had subdued the island. But one day, the island reminded me that it had never been mine. It began with a discovery so simple, so small, that at first my mind rejected it. I had gone down to the shoreline on the far side of the island, a place I visited only now and then, for it was a half-day's journey from my home. The beach there was broad and flat, perfect for gathering driftwood and drying fish. The tide had just receded, and the sand was smooth and undisturbed. Almost. There, just a few paces from the water's edge, pressed clearly into the wet sand, was a footprint. A human footprint. Not mine. I stared at it, as if it were a ghost. My mind reeled. I dropped the bundle of wood I had been carrying, and took a step back, my heart pounding against my ribs like a war drum. Could it be my own, from a previous journey? But no, I had never walked this far along this section of shore barefoot. The footprint was fresh, the outline distinct, 5 toes, a high arch, the ball of the foot firm against the earth. Someone else had been here, and if someone could come here once, they could come again. I spun around, eyes scanning the tree line. Nothing moved. The island was as quiet as ever, but now the silence felt different, watchful. The rustling of leaves above seemed to whisper secrets I could not understand. I felt suddenly seen, as if I had never truly been alone, only unaware of the eyes that watched from beyond the trees. I returned home that day with no firewood and no peace. The return of fear. That night, I could not sleep. The wind outside, usually a lullaby, now sounded like whispers. The crack of a branch in the woods became footsteps. I clutched my musket tightly and paced the floor, lighting my lantern again and again to chase away the dark. By morning, I had resolved to take action. I set out to reconnoiter the area. I traced the shoreline from end to end, looking for more prints, signs of a camp, broken branches, ashes from a fire. For days I searched, but found nothing. No boats, no voices, just that single solitary footprint that refused to leave my mind. Had I imagined it? I returned to the site again and again, measuring the print, sketching it in my journal, circling it like a man, circling a wound he cannot clean. The more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. Had someone seen me, even as I remained blind to them? Was I in danger? Were these visitors friend or foe? I had long feared the prospect of cannibals, stories of savage tribes who prowled coasts, capturing and devouring their enemies. In Brazil, I had heard such tales whispered among the Portuguese. Was it possible such people came here? The thought chilled me more than any storm ever had. Fortifying my world. All the confidence I had built, every tool, every fence, every habit of peace, was suddenly no longer enough. I turned again to fortification. I reinforced my palisade, doubled the height of the stakes and dug deeper trenches around the perimeter. I mounted lookout platforms among the rocks and concealed them with branches. I planted thick hedges of thorns around my secondary shelter, making it nearly impenetrable. I also concealed every path to my home. I ceased using open trails and began walking in erratic, looping patterns to mask my movements. My goat pens were camouflaged with foliage. Fires were now lit behind stone walls and always extinguished before nightfall. I buried my grain stores beneath earth and stone, marking them only in my journal. The island that once felt like a home now became a battlefield awaiting the first shot. And I, who once considered myself king, became a fugitive on my own land, wrestling with myself. In the evenings, I sat by the fire, musket by my side, eyes never still. I spoke to no one, not even my parrot, who had once been my companion in solitude. My soul had turned inward again, wary, dark, guarded. I prayed more earnestly than ever before, not for deliverance, but for courage, for wisdom, for peace in the face of dread. And yet I wondered, was this fear a punishment for my pride, for daring to believe I had tamed the wilderness? Perhaps this was my reminder that man may till the soil and fence the forest, but he is never master of the world. Not truly. For all my labor, for all my cleverness, I could not explain the print in the sand. It was as if the island itself had whispered, "You are not alone, and you never were." Chapter 11. Cannibals and Crusoe sips resolve. The discovery of the footprint had shaken me to the core, but it was only the beginning. The island, which had once seemed a lonely sanctuary, now felt like a trap with unseen eyes lurking in the undergrowth. I moved like a hunted animal, silent, deliberate, always listening. The rustle of leaves, the distant call of birds, the sound of a stick cracking underfoot, each made me reach for my musket and scan the treetops. Weeks passed. The footprint faded with the tide, but not from my memory. I told myself again and again that I was being cautious, not paranoid. Yet caution had become obsession. I no longer tended my fields in daylight. I rose before dawn, worked quickly in the low light, then covered my tracks with branches. I even slept less, waking frequently to patrol the perimeter of my camp. But no amount of preparation could shield me from what I saw next. The grim discovery. One morning, I hiked to a headland that overlooked a wide, flat stretch of beach on the far eastern shore. From this high vantage point, I scanned the sands below, as I often did. But this time, far below, I saw something new. A fire. Smoke rose gently into the morning sky. I dropped to my belly and crawled to the edge of the rock, heart thudding. There, in a small clearing at the edge of the forest, was a sight that turned my blood to ice. A group of naked men, dark-skinned and armed with spears, dancing or moving about a fire. Near them lay what looked like limbs, human limbs, strewn upon the ground like refuse. A headless torso, bones split open. It was not imagination. They were cannibals. I clapped a hand over my mouth, stifling a gasp. I had heard of such tribes in Brazil. The Portuguese spoke of them with fear, not hatred, calling them pagans, not devils. They eat their enemies, not strangers, they had said. But this distinction did little to comfort me now. My hands shook. I gripped my musket tighter, but I did not move. There were perhaps 20 of them. I could kill 1, 2, maybe 3 before they overwhelmed me. I was not a fool. I stayed hidden. For hours I watched, helpless, as the ritual unfolded, if one could call such barbarism a ritual. When the fire burned low, the men packed up and dragged their canoe down to the water. Within minutes they were gone, paddling out toward the horizon. I remained still until the smoke vanished. Then cautiously, I climbed down to the beach. What I found there was worse than I feared. The remains of several bodies had been left behind, stripped, burned, butchered, bones cracked open, skulls smashed. I turned away and wretched. The sight haunted me, it angered me, but more than that, it forced me to choose. A moral reckoning. In the solitude of my home that night, I sat by my fire in silence. The flickering light danced on the stone walls. My musket leaned against the table, powder horn nearby. I stared into the flames and wrestled with questions deeper than survival. Should I act? I could build traps, lay an ambush, wait for them to return and gun them down from the cliffs. I had the element of surprise. I had the weapons. I could become judge, jury, and executioner for these butchers. But something in me recoiled. Who was I to kill them? They had done me no harm. They did not even know I existed. Their customs were monstrous to me, yes, but to them, were they evil or simply different? Was it my duty as a Christian man to punish them, or to understand that my law was not their law? I opened my Bible for guidance. My eyes fell on a verse. Vengeance is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. Romans 12:19. The words cut through my fury. I had been alone too long. The thirst for action, for power, was growing in me like a weed, but I would not let it take root. I resolved that night I would not become a murderer, even in the name of justice. I would not seek them out. I would not hunt them. But I would be ready if they found me, resolving to survive. From that moment on, I returned to my preparations, but no longer in fear. Now it was resolve. I improved my hiding places, dug escape tunnels beneath my hut, moved more of my stores to the second shelter. I even planted a third field far from both dwellings, hidden in a hollow where no smoke would rise. I made myself invisible, and I trained. Each morning, I practiced with my musket, sharpened my blades, built traps in the woods, not for them, yet but for wild animals. For security, I became as skilled with stealth as I had with carpentry, and always I watched the sea. I knew they would return. I did not know when or how, but I would be ready. Let them bring their spears, their fire, their savagery. They would not find a helpless castaway. They would find Crusoe, a man forged by solitude, tested by suffering, and now resolved in both faith and defense. Chapter 12. The Rescue of Friday. It happened on a day like any other, which is often how the great turns in life arrive, without trumpet, without warning. I had risen before dawn, as was my habit, and climbed the hill above my dwelling to check the shoreline. The sea was calm, the sky clear. I had become so accustomed to the rhythm of the island that I could almost sense when something was out of place. And that day, something was. As I raised my spyglass and swept the eastern coast, where I had once seen the cannibals gathered around their grisly fire, I saw movement. Not birds, not goats. Men. I froze. Carefully adjusting the lens, I counted them, perhaps 20. They had landed in 2 large canoes, pulled up onto the shore. My stomach turned as I watched them drag their prisoners. 3 men, bound out of the boats and onto the sand. I knew immediately what this was. Another execution, another ritual, another feast. For a moment, the old panic rose in my chest. I thought to retreat, to hide, to do what I had done before, observe from a distance, wait for them to leave, and clean up the horror after. But then, something happened. One of the prisoners broke free. With a speed and desperation born of terror, the man tore the cords from his hands and ran. He darted across the sand and into the trees, pursued by 2 of the warriors. The others shouted and raised their weapons but stayed by the fire, laughing and shouting. They thought the chase would be brief. But the runner was fast. He was running straight toward me. The moment of choice. I dropped the spyglass and ran down the hill to intercept him. My heart pounded, not with fear this time, but with something sharper, more dangerous purpose. As I ran, I reached for my musket, loaded and primed. I hid behind a rock, waiting. Moments later, the fleeing man burst into view, his chest heaving, face wild with terror. He stopped dead when he saw me. I held up a hand, not in greeting, but in command, and pointed behind him. He turned just as one of his pursuers emerged, spear raised. I stepped out from the rocks and fired. The musket roared, and the man fell, dead before he hit the ground. The second pursuer stopped in his tracks. I drew my pistol and aimed. He hesitated, but then raised his spear and charged. I waited until he was close, then fired again. He dropped, lifeless. The forest was still. Meeting the stranger, the escapee stood trembling, wide-eyed. His body was lean and strong, his skin dark, his face young, barely more than a boy, really, but hardened by fear. He stared at me as if I were some god of thunder, descended from the sky. I approached slowly, lowering my weapon. He fell to his knees. I touched his shoulder and raised him gently. "You're safe now," I said, knowing he could not understand my words. But he understood the tone. He touched his forehead, then his chest. then pointed to me, murmuring something I could not grasp. I led him back toward my hidden path. He followed obediently, still glancing back toward the beach. That night, I gave him food and water and motioned for him to sleep near the fire inside the enclosure. He curled up like a child beside it and was asleep in moments. The birth of a bond. Over the next few days, we developed a crude form of communication, pointing, miming, repeating words. I asked him his name, and he said something that sounded like Friday. It struck me then, it was a Friday, the day I had saved him. I repeated it, Friday. He smiled and nodded. Yes, Friday. I taught him English words, beginning with the basics: bread, water, sleep, come, go, yes, no. He learned quickly. He was eager, curious, and intelligent. Within weeks, he could understand most of what I said, and I learned several words in his tongue. But language was only part of it. In him, I found something I had long since abandoned: hope for companionship. He worked beside me, strong, tireless, willing. He helped gather wood, tend the goats, dig in the garden. He laughed often and sang to himself in the mornings. When I gave him his own bed and a hat I had fashioned from goatskin, he wept. I treated him as a servant, yes, but not as a slave. In truth, he became more than that. He became my friend. The weight of his story. In time, Friday told me of his people, of the tribe he had come from, of the enemies who had captured him, of the rituals that awaited those taken in war. He spoke not with hatred, but with sorrow. It was the way of his world, he said. But when I showed him the Bible, and spoke of a God who did not feast on enemies but forgave them, who saw all men as brothers, he listened with wide eyes and quiet awe. He called me master, but I told him, we are two men. You may call me Sir, father, sit if you like, or sit, friend, sit. From then on, he called me both. And I, so long starved of human presence, so long bound by caution and silence, began to live again, not in fear, not in solitude, but in fellowship. Chapter 13. Companionship and survival. From the moment Friday entered my life, the island changed, not in shape or sound, not in the winds or the tides, but in spirit. It was as if the silence that had echoed in my ears for years had finally been broken, and in its place came the warm, unmistakable presence of another soul. The days no longer blurred together as they once had. I now shared my labor, my meals, and my thoughts with someone who could answer. And in that answering, I rediscovered a part of myself I thought lost, my humanity, learning to live together. At first, our life together was practical. I taught Friday how to use the tools, how to grind grain into meal, bake the rough loaves I called bread, how to milk the goats, and how to fire a musket. He took to these tasks with unshakable energy and good cheer, often humming strange songs from his homeland as he worked. He called things by new names. Goats he named with simple sounds, tools he remembered by shape and color. When he mispronounced a word, he would laugh and try again until he got it right. His joy was contagious. He was particularly fascinated by firearms. The first time I let him fire a musket, he nearly jumped out of his skin at the blast, then doubled over in laughter and begged to try again. But once I explained their danger, he handled them with respect. I made him a belt and powder horn of his own, and carved his initials, Fels, into the butt of the musket I gave him. He carried it proudly. But our friendship was not built on work alone. Conversations of the soul. We began to talk, not just of crops and goats, but of deeper things. He asked about the stars, the sky, about England and the people I had left behind. I spoke of ships, of cities, of snow, of books and music. He listened with wide eyes, his imagination stretching across oceans. Then one evening we sat by the fire, and he asked, "Master, why you no eat men?" The question struck me hard, but I understood it was not asked with malice, only curiosity. I answered carefully, because God made man in his own image. To eat man is to destroy that image. He was quiet, thinking. Then he said softly, "My people not know this, but I think God not like it." That night marked the beginning of a long journey, for Friday and for me. I began teaching him more about the Christian faith. He was eager to learn. He asked questions, hard ones about life, death, sin, and heaven. I answered as best I could, though sometimes I found myself humbled by his clarity. In many ways, Friday became my pupil. In many more, He became my teacher, our life as two. With his help, my burdens lightened. Our harvests grew larger, our fences stronger. We expanded our gardens, built new pens for the goats, dug a better well, and even built a larger house, one with 2 rooms, one for each of us, with a shared hearth between. It was no longer my island, it was ours. We built a watchtower on the cliffs with a view of every direction, and we took turns keeping lookout. I taught Friday to use the spyglass. He would often climb the tower and sit for hours, watching the sea. "Maybe my people come," he would say. "Maybe bad men, maybe good, but we be ready." He was right. We trained every week. He grew skilled with a musket and knife. We moved like shadows through the forest when we hunted, using hand signs and quiet steps. Where once I had lived in dread, now I lived in readiness, without fear. And yet, with time, my heart softened again. I found myself thinking, what if no ship comes? What if we are meant to be here, just the 2 of us, forever? And strangely, I no longer found the thought unbearable. The questions of freedom. One day, Friday approached me with a different question. "Master," he said, "why you no go home?" I looked up, surprised. "You mean to England?" He nodded. "You have boat, you have gun, we go." It was true. Between us we had the knowledge, the strength, and enough salvaged wood and sail to build a vessel large enough to attempt a voyage. The thought stirred in me, like a sleeping dog roused by a scent. I had stopped hoping for rescue, but had I stopped dreaming? "I have been here many years, Friday," I said slowly. "I thought it was Godsip's will that I should stay and learn to be content." He smiled and pointed to the sky. "God put me here too. Maybe he say, go now." The idea took hold of me. We did not rush into it. We continued our daily work. But from that day on, a plan began to form, not of desperation, but of choice. I was no longer a castaway clinging to survival. I was a man with a brother at his side, and a future that might reach beyond the edges of the island. For the first time in years, the thought of the open sea did not frighten me. It called to me once more, not as a grave, but as a path. And this time, I would not walk it alone. Chapter 14. Visitors from the Sea. It was a quiet morning in the dry season when the world changed again. Friday had gone to the southern fields to check the traps. I was in the watchtower polishing a spyglass lens with goat leather when something on the distant horizon caught my eye. A sail. I froze. For a moment I thought I had imagined it, a flash of white where there should have been only sea and sky. But as I steadied the glass and looked again, I saw it clearly. A ship, a European vessel. It was no native canoe, no trader's galley. It was a tall ship, square-rigged and heavy in the water, bearing eastward along the coastline. And then, it began to turn in, toward the island. My heart surged, not with joy, but with alarm. Strange behavior. At first I thought it must be a merchant ship in distress, perhaps driven off course. But something about its approach felt wrong. It moved slowly, cautiously, and finally dropped anchor, not in the deeper waters near the reef, but at the mouth of a small, secluded cove, one few would choose for safe harbor. Through the spyglass I could make out figures, small, hurried movements. A boat was lowered. Rowers climbed in. There were 9 or 10 men, and something else. Prisoners. I ran down from the tower and sprinted to find Friday. When I told him what I'd seen, he nodded, his face dark. "Bad men," he said. "I feel it." We circled the cove from the forest side, silent as ghosts. From behind the thick foliage of a ridge, we saw them come ashore. 2 prisoners, both white men, were dragged from the boat and shoved to their knees. One had his hands tied behind him, the other was bleeding from a wound on his face. The crew, armed with swords and muskets, began gathering wood and kindling, not for a fire to warm them, an execution. I looked at Friday. He nodded once. We understood each other without a word. We would not let this happen. A fight for justice. We withdrew to higher ground and quickly laid a plan. I had brought 2 muskets, and Friday had his own. We loaded in silence. I took the longer rifle, positioned in the trees. Friday crept closer through the brush with his pistol and knife. We waited. When one of the crew raised his weapon to strike one of the prisoners, I fired. The man fell dead, and chaos erupted. Cries rang out. The men scrambled for cover, some running toward the boats, others firing wildly into the trees, but they did not know where we were. Friday took down another with his pistol, before leaping into the fray like a shadow in flesh. I rose from the ridge and shouted, "Lay down your arms. You are surrounded." It was a lie, but it worked. 3 of the mutineers dropped their weapons. 2 fled. 1, wounded, begged for mercy. We emerged cautiously. The captives stared at us in disbelief. I cut their bonds. The older of the 2, battered but proud, spoke first. "My God, are you English?" "Yes," I said. "And you?" "I am the captain of that ship," he replied. "Or I was, until my men turned against me. They meant to maroon me here and kill me." I nodded grimly. They chosen the wrong island for that. A deal is struck. We bound the remaining mutineers and brought them to our shelter. I treated their wounds with herbs and clean cloth. Friday stood guard with a silent gaze that told them not to test us. The captain, named Thompson, told us his story. A routine voyage turned mutiny. A greedy first mate had rallied a group of the crew, seeking to become pirates, and had taken over the ship. They intended to strand the captain and his loyal men, one of whom had been killed already, on some uninhabited island. I chuckled darkly. They chose poorly. Together, we made a plan. With Friday and the captain's help, we would retake the ship. The vessel was still anchored offshore. Most of the mutineers remained aboard, thinking their captain abandoned. Under the cover of night, we rowed out, 6 of us, myself, Friday the captain, and 3 sailors still loyal to him. We climbed the ship's stern by rope, using knowledge only the captain had. The sentries were few. The surprise was absolute. The fight was brief. By sunrise, the ship was back under rightful command. The mutineers were locked in the brig, the ship's flag restored. For the first time in nearly 30 years, I stood on the deck of a ship again, on a vessel that could sail me home. And suddenly, the question I had not dared to ask became real. Was this the end of my exile? Was it time to leave? Chapter 15. Preparing to leave. I stood on the deck of the ship, barefoot, weather-worn, the wind teasing at my ragged clothes, and I felt like a ghost come aboard from the sea. The deck was familiar and foreign all at once. The smell of tar and timber, the creak of the ropes, the faint salt on the breeze. It awakened memories buried deep in me. I remembered sailing out of Hull as a young man, foolish and hungry for the world. I remembered shipwrecks, slavery, escape. And now, after all the years, I stood once again upon a vessel not as a stowaway or a slave, but as a man returning from the dead. And yet, I did not cheer. I did not rush to raise the anchor or shout for England's shores. I stood in silence and looked back, toward the island, my island, the final choice. It had been over 28 years since I had first washed ashore, a desperate survivor with nothing but fear and scraps. In that time, I had become a builder, a farmer, a soldier, a king, a teacher, and perhaps most unexpectedly, a man of faith. The island had tested me, broken me, and made me whole again. It was, in every sense, the forge of my soul. And now, for the first time, I had the choice to leave it. Not escape. Leave. I walked with Captain Thompson along the deck, inspecting the sails, the rigging, the crew, now loyal once more, subdued after the retaking. He asked me about the island, about how I had survived, about the tools, the crops, the strange forts and traps and gardens scattered across the hills. "You built a whole world here," he said. I nodded. Yes, and for a long time it was the only world I had. Then came the question, "Will you come with us?" I paused. I looked at Friday, who stood near the railing, watching the shoreline. His dark eyes were thoughtful, steady. He did not speak, but I could see it in his face. He would follow me wherever I chose to go. "I must return," I said. "There is something I must do before I leave." The farewell to the island. We returned the next morning, rowing silently back to the cove. Friday and I walked together across the island one last time. The sun was hot on our backs. The trees whispered with wind. The birds cried overhead, just as they always had. We visited every place we had built. The cave house, now covered in ivy and well-worn by the seasons. The goat pens, where several generations of animals now grazed in peace. The watchtower, the summer shelter, the little garden that still bore barley and rice. I checked the fence lines. I touched the altar stone beneath the fig tree. where I had once read from the Bible and begged for strength. In each place, I said a kind of farewell, not in words but in memory. I pressed my palm against the wall I had carved. I sat on the old wooden stool. I listened to the silence. I was not saying goodbye to a place, but to a version of myself. The man who had learned to live here. The man who had survived, not only hunger and storm, but despair. He would stay behind, in a sense, embedded in every nail, every brick, every planting row. I left behind my tools, neatly stored, my writings, my records, my journal, preserved in a watertight chest, a legacy, should anyone come after, should anyone need to learn, as I had. Before we left, Friday and I knelt on the bluff overlooking the sea. We gave thanks, not just for rescue, but for everything the island had given us. Then we rose, and we did not look back. The first night afloat. That evening, aboard the ship, I felt the sway of the ocean beneath me like the pulse of an old friend, but I also felt grief, unexpected and profound. I was not the same man who had once cursed the sea for dragging me to ruin. I had become something more than I ever dreamed, not in the courts of Europe, nor in the fields of Brazil, but in solitude. I looked to Friday, who sat beside a lantern, watching the horizon. "Are you afraid?" I asked. He smiled. "No, master, you go home now, I go with you." It was not England that called to me anymore. It was life, a new chapter, unwritten. But unlike the one before, I would not face it alone. The sails unfurled. The wind filled them. The island fell away behind us like a fading dream. And I stood at the prow of the ship, not as a castaway or a lost soul, but as a man returned from the far edge of the world, carrying the wisdom of wilderness in his bones. Chapter 16. Return to civilization. The journey home was long and uncertain. Winds carried us slowly across the Atlantic, the sea gentle at times and fierce at others, as if reluctant to give me back. I spent much of the voyage standing at the rail, watching the water pass beneath the hull, one day melting into the next. The crew kept their distance at first. Some whispered that I was a madman. Others treated me like a prophet, returned from death. I did little to change their minds. I spoke when spoken to, worked when needed, and spent most evenings alone with Friday, teaching him English and reading from my Bible. He learned quickly. His mind, once filled with fear and ritual, now opened like a window to the world beyond. He asked questions that stirred even my own dusty faith, questions not of superstition, but of morality, of spirit, of God. "Why did God leave you alone so long?" he asked one night. "I don't think he did," I said softly. "I think he waited until I could hear him." Friday nodded, and that was enough. Arrival in Lisbon. Months later, we docked in Lisbon. Europe. It struck me at once. The noise, the horses, the shouting, the clamor of the docks, the smell of sweat and fish and perfume. Men bustled about with urgency and indifference, as though they had never questioned their place in the world. I stood motionless at the gangway, overwhelmed. I had dreamed of this moment, of cobbled streets, of carriages and chimneys, of boots clacking on stone, but now I felt more foreign in the land of my birth than I ever had on the island. We found lodging in a modest inn near the harbour. The innkeeper gave Friday a wide berth, though Friday smiled and bowed politely. In those first days, I felt like a shadow, a man out of time. I went to a merchant's house with letters from Captain Thompson, who had agreed to vouch for me. The merchant was astonished by my story. I told him of Brazil, of the plantation I had left, and he made inquiries. To my great surprise and humble astonishment, my estate in Brazil had not been forgotten. A fortune reclaimed. Though I had vanished for nearly 3 decades, my plantation had continued to produce crops under the stewardship of Portuguese partners. They had believed me dead and held the land in trust, profiting modestly, but not unjustly. Now, hearing of my return, they welcomed me back with honor and silver. After long negotiations, I was offered a generous share of the estate's value, enough to make me wealthy beyond anything I had ever imagined. I accepted, not for greed, but for freedom. I could now return to England with dignity, no longer a lost sailor or wandering vagabond, but a gentleman. I sold my share, keeping only enough to provide for Friday and myself, and arranged passage north. Back to England. The voyage across the Channel was short, but my heart was heavy. I knew not what awaited me. My parents were long gone. I had forsaken them years ago. My brothers, if alive, would not recognize me. The city of York might still stand, but the world I had left was a memory blurred by time and distance. We arrived in the spring. London was teeming with life, merchants and horses, smoke rising from chimneys, the great river thick with ships. I walked the streets in wonder, a ghost returned to his birthplace. But I did not feel at home. People passed me by without a glance. I had changed in every way, my face weathered by sun, my speech slower, my soul quieter. I was no longer part of this world. I tried to find what family remained. I located a cousin, a kindly man who had once heard rumors of my disappearance. He greeted me with warmth, though caution. In time, we shared stories and tears. I found my father's grave. I knelt beside it for a long time, the wind cold on my neck. I was wrong, I whispered, and I am sorry. But I knew, in some way, he had forgiven me long ago. Perhaps he had prayed for me each night, even as I wandered far from his hopes, and perhaps God had answered, not by keeping me safe from ruin, but by leading me through it. A life reclaimed. I purchased a small estate in the countryside, quiet and green. Friday came with me, ever loyal. I gave him his own cottage, where he learned to farm and speak with the locals, who grew fond of his gentle nature. We lived simply. I planted trees, kept bees, wrote in my journals. When visitors came, I told them my story, not as a tale of adventure, but as a testimony, not of daring, but of grace. For I knew now that the greatest journey was not across oceans or through jungles. It was the journey back to oneself. I had been lost, not just to the sea or to the world, but to the man I was meant to be. And I had returned, not richer in coin alone, but in wisdom, in peace, and in faith. Chapter 17. Reflecting on the past. In the quiet years that followed my return to England, I found myself drawn more to silence than to speech. I had once longed for the noise of the world, for the press of people and the murmur of cities, but now I was content with wind through the trees, the crackle of a fire, the scratching of pen on paper. And in that stillness, I did what all men eventually must. I looked backward, not with regret, not with bitterness, but with understanding, a life measured in lessons. When I had first left my father's house, I had thought myself bold, independent, ambitious. I had believed the world owed me adventure, but I see now I was not brave. I was proud. I rejected the voice of wisdom, of patience, of home. I sought danger not for glory, but for rebellion, and I paid dearly for that pride. But what man is not foolish in youth? It is the mark of grace not that we avoid the fall, but that we are given strength to rise after it. My years on the island were not punishment. They were not exile. They were the furnace in which my soul was purified. There, stripped of every comfort and certainty, I found what I had never truly known: gratitude. Every meal, every sunrise, every breath, these became sacred. And in the face of hunger, fear, and despair, I learned that God is not loud, but constant. He was not in the storm that destroyed my ship. He was in the stillness after. The weight of solitude. Solitude had once seemed a terror worse than death, but in time it became my teacher. I came to know my thoughts, my weaknesses, my impulses, my sins. I also came to know the value of things we so often overlook. A book, a warm fire, a cup of water, a voice. The first time Friday spoke my name, truly spoke it, it was like music returning to a world gone quiet, and in him, I saw not a savage but a mirror, a soul no less worthy than my own, shaped by different customs, yes, but by the same hunger for truth. Teaching him did more than fill my time. It redeemed it. In showing him God, I found him again myself. A changed world. The England I returned to was not the one I had left. It had grown, expanded, changed, but perhaps the greater change was in me. I no longer fit neatly into society. Conversations about fashion or commerce seemed shallow. I could not pretend I had not stood on the edge of survival, that I had not buried my dreams beneath fig trees and watched them grow again into something more enduring. Even wealth no longer called to me. I had known what it was to own nothing and to feel content. Money, I saw now, was not security. It was a tool, useful only when wielded wisely. I used it to provide for those around me, to offer charity to the poor, to help Friday establish himself when eventually he chose to return to his own people. Yes, he returned. not in fear, but in faith, carrying what he had learned. I helped him prepare, gave him supplies, embraced him at the dock. We both wept, but I knew it was right. His journey had begun on that island. It deserved to continue on his own shores. He left, and I prayed that the light we kindled together would not be lost. Legacy. Now as I sit beneath the trees on my modest estate, pen in hand, I find that the story I have lived is not just for me. It is for the restless young man who might one day read these pages and think of leaving his home without reason. It is for the one who finds himself shipwrecked, whether by sea or by sorrow. It is for the lonely soul who wonders if God hears prayers shouted into the wilderness. To them I say, He does. He may not answer in thunder, but He answers. And sometimes, His answer is not to rescue us from the island, but to shape us on it, until we are no longer lost, but found. Chapter 18, A Final Adventure. Years passed in peace. The seasons turned quietly upon my English estate, spring to summer, harvest to frost. The trees grew taller, the fields gentler. I lived simply, with enough wealth to be comfortable, and enough wisdom to know that comfort is a fleeting thing. I had learned to savor it, but never trust it. And yet, though the island had been my crucible, and England my homecoming, the sea, the vast, eternal sea, never quite released its hold on me. I had thought my adventures behind me. I had been wrong. Restlessness stirs again. It began not with a letter, nor with a storm, but with a stillness, a restlessness in my bones. I would walk the fields and find my feet turning always eastward toward the road. I would sit in the orchard and feel the wind off the trees and mistake it for the salt air of my island bluff. I could not explain it at first. I had everything a man ought to desire: safety, prosperity, memory, and peace. But I also had something else. Calling. One day I received news from Lisbon, an old trading partner, now elderly, who wrote to say that conditions in the East had changed. Trade had opened. Settlements had grown. There were opportunities, not only for profit, but for exploration, for building something new, not with ambition, but with wisdom. He invited me to return. I laughed when I read it. I was now in my 60s. My hair was white, my hands worn. I was no longer the bold boy who had fled his father's counsel. I had no illusions of glory left, but I read the letter again, and something stirred in me, not pride, not greed, purpose. Friday had returned to his homeland years before. I had heard from him once by a passing trader. He was well respected among his people, and teaching the Christian faith to those willing to listen. I wept when I read that. He had been my pupil once. Now he was my legacy. And I wondered, what more might I leave behind if I stepped forward one more time? The decision to sail. I prayed on it. I walked in solitude for days, and when I returned I sat at my desk and wrote a single sentence in my journal. The sea has not finished with me. I sold the estate, keeping only enough to provide for those under my care. I arranged my affairs. I bid farewell to my cousin and his family, who had become like kin to me. They protested, of course. "You've done enough," they said. "Rest, and let the world move on without you." But I knew, if I rested now, I would wither. I had not survived the island to grow still in old age. I had survived to serve, to share, to walk the world with eyes no longer blind to its suffering, and a heart shaped by fire. And so, I booked passage east. Not as a merchant, not as a missionary, not as a man seeking fortune, but simply as Robinson Crusoe. A man made not by what he possessed, but by what he had lost, and learned to live without. Setting forth once more. As the ship pulled away from the English coast, I stood at the stern and watched the land recede, not with grief, but with gratitude. I carried no map, no guarantee, no grand ambition, only my journal, and my faith, and the certainty that as long as the Lord gave me breath, there was something still worth seeking, whether in the jungles of the East or in the heart of a stranger met along the road. The waves rolled beneath us, vast and unknowable, and I smiled, not because I knew what lay ahead, but because I knew myself, at last. Thus ends the life and adventures of Robinson Crusoe. Not with a shipwreck, not with a rescue, not even with a homecoming, but with a soul awakened and a man willing to journey again, not to escape the world, but to re-enter it with open eyes and a wiser heart. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. And until next time, rest well.